Hello. Hello? Hey, there we go. Hello. Ah, there we go. Right. Hello. Give me a second to just. I'm just adjusting the camera, that sort of stuff. Right. Hello. Right, so. Today's session. I'm going to be doing a little bit of painting. Oh, yeah, from yesterday as well. This is the mini of the month this month. I'm not going to be painting this today. Come on. That's mini of the month. Um. Sorry, I thought I'd remembered something that was off to one side there. Hold on. That might be a bit better. There we go. So I've got a bunch of stuff that I just want to get through. Um, like for example, I bought some models off of Etsy a little while ago, and this came as a free thing, so I'm gonna paint this, which I think would be rather cute. But for starters, we're going with. So there's a tabletop game called BattleTech, where it's just mechs and stuff. Well, it's mostly mechs, but a friend of mine, Alex, who you know from Thursdays, he's been designing and 3D printing a bunch of the mechs from BattleTech, and he sent me some. So I have some of these. These are designed and printed by my friend, which is very cool. Um, Here's one I did earlier. So this is what I'm going for. Um, I feel the back is a bit plain the way I've painted it, but that's the idea. So I'm thinking of doing some of them today. I do also have some Mechanicus guys because I made a little kill team, so I can paint those up today as well. So we have some options. But I think I'm just gonna get started with the Baltec guys. So if I can get the paint, come on, yeah, yeah, there we go. Corax base white, Corax white as a base. Because that fits rather nicely for the orange. Now, unfortunately, oh, actually, hold on. Uh, well, that does actually fit. I didn't think that would fit. The bird is cute as hell, thank you. And welcome in, Void. I'm doing absolutely marvellously, thank you very much. How are you doing? God damn it. I'm not doing an undertable cam on Twitch. It's as simple as that. But good to hear you're doing well, Void. Oh, I'm objectifying you like a piece of meat, yes. Yes, you are. Am I sorry for it? No, no. I would be very surprised if you were sorry for it. Um, so I'm just adjusting something. No, I don't want to see how many viewers I've got. Fuck off with that. Okay. Just give me chat, you knob. Hide the stream. Show the chat. There we go. How many viewers? 1,345,000. That is a lot of viewers. You got any Null Oil? I do have Null Oil. I have both the glossy and the non-glossy versions. But for now, we're just going to base coat this bad boy. That was quite a bit of paint, so I might have to... Now, I could do this with spray, and spray is just a generally better way of doing undercoats. But I didn't plan, so we're here now. Hold on. I won't go to each testicle for comparison. I don't know which ones am I, goddammit. But anyway, how is everyone doing today? I hope you're all doing well. Welcome in, Lion. Thank you very much for the lurks, dudes. The spray is generally as well better, just because it can get to everywhere a bit easier than a paintbrush can. Should probably just use a bigger brush, to be fair. More brushwork practice, yeah. I really don't mind. I've been base coating a lot recently with just brush. Like, my little Mechanicus guys have been brush only. And it's really not that bad. It's really not. Yeah, well, there we go. But yeah, so basically what BattleTech is it's a sort of futuristic mech combat tabletop game. And I had one game with Alex to try it out, and quite enjoyed it, but it was not a good game for me. A lot of blunders were had, and a lot of mistakes were made. But man, was it a lot of fun, so that's the important part. But yeah, Void, do you paint miniatures then, or are you a viewer of this sort of thing, or come on? And Gucci as well. Not so much a view directly. What do you mean? Not. What do you mean by that? Hmm? What do you mean by that? Oh, come on. It's just getting into those little corners and the like is just a bit of a pain. I've painted all canvas in the past, so some of the skill patterns translate. Yeah! I mean, if you want a sort of frame of reference, this is basically just a 3D paint by numbers, but... Or 3D colouring book, rather. Because paint by numbers means that the colours are preset, whereas this is just, you know, it's whatever colour I want it to be. Don't have the money to keep up with miniatures. Yeah, you know what? That is understandable. That is totally understandable. It's like it always makes me chuckle when I see the like it's a bit of a meme now, but the whole thing where like outside Games Workshop like or Warhammer shops, it'll have a sign saying "Try Warhammer, it's free." It's like, no, it's not. It's not fucking free. It's in fact very expensive to try because it just kind of cascades from there. But yes, thank you very much for the three stream streak. Sorry, tripped over my words a bit there. Uh, uh, to try it once is free, like most dealers. The first hit is given. That is true. That is very true. And I mean, to an extent, you can continue with the hobby um, for relatively cheap. Because all you'd need is to get the paints, the brushes, and then just collect mini of the month, and that's it. I mean, I wouldn't recommend doing that because the paints are very expensive, and you'd end up with like a very limited. Because you need a lot of different paints to do a lot of different color schemes. So yeah, look at us play Killer with a Lemon. Oh hell yeah! How's your games going so far? 27 paints, 80% of pink. Yes, brutal. Oh, Slanesh follower. Yes, she is. Not intentionally. She just really likes pink, and then read up on Emperor's Children and went, you know what? I get them. That's a little bit too much paint on there, but I can always take it off later. It's not like a ridiculous amount too much, but yeah, the color scheme I'm kind of going for is I can't remember the name of the group in the lore, but it's basically orange and charcoal grey with red trim. Um, yeah. And I'll tell you what, I'm a big Chaos man myself. I collect Thousand Suns. Um, I mean, actually, to be honest, I was doing. So I've got a little Mechanicus kill team because I wouldn't mind a Mechanicus army, but at the same time, A, they're really expensive, and B, I shouldn't collect another army yet until I've like sorted the ones I already have. Um, so double whammy of no. Um, but because I'm a chaos guy myself, I've done a bit of a like chaos dark mechanicus type thing. So they have the pink robes rather than red. They still got purity seals because Emperor's Children, but um, that is a Thousand Suns sigil on the shoulder, but it's still Sigil of Chaos, so I'll take it. And I like the subtlety of it. Thank you. Yeah, I love that. I love that paint scheme. So it's got it's basically just so there's two Mechanicus kill teams. There's Battle Clade and Hunter Clade. Um and uh Battle Clade, if I remember correctly, is the one that's got like a couple of Skitarii and then just some servitors. Um but that's always sort of like when I saw it, it sort of rung a bit weird in my head, like it's a kill team. Why would you like servitors seems like a bad idea for a kill team. Um, for the most part, like as in general use, servitors feel like the secondary option. I'd rather just have Skitarii, like a bunch of Skitarii doing it. Um, so I have gone for Hunter Clade, which is just Skitarii. Ring the Wall Company. Oh, no worries. Watching you paint makes me want to paint too, but I'm at lunch/work. I mean, you could paint quickly over your lunch, so that you've already covered two steps. Yeah, I know, right? Saying I'm a pervert and like pink. That is basically just then collect Emperor's Children. You're already there. Like that's not a but. That's just an and. You know. Now, in terms of the model, or in terms of painting in general, rather, it is much easier to cover up orange than it is grey, especially with orange. So I'm going to paint the entire thing orange and then go from there. Gotta go lurk mode. Have a good stream. Thank you very much for stopping by, Void, and thank you very much for the lurk. It's always appreciated. Let me just adjust slightly. Oh yeah, as well, for the Mechanicus guys. I've got this kind of base that I'm very, very happy with. So it's a Grelin Earth to get the crack texture with Mephiston Red underneath just to give it a little bit of pop. And then just dry brushed with a brown that I can't remember the name of. That I've then like put some white in and stuff to make it lighter. Below brown, there we go. And then there's the slight white you can see on the top as well. Just gives it a nice little snowy look. Oh, I also use technical hard coat to make sure that the stuff doesn't flake off as easily. Because that is a big problem with the cracking paint, is it's very easy to like chip off. Like you see how, like for example, this bit is like completely disconnected from the rest of it. It's only just sat on the base pretty much. Without the hard coat, it would just flake off really easily. Funnily enough, actually, quite a few of those squares came off whilst I was putting the hard coat on. So, yeah. Nope. Trying to get the right orange. So this is the orange that I use. It is Troll Slayer orange, and it's about as orange as it gets. So let's get a good healthy dollop of that on the old palette. Now this will take a couple of coats because it is a fairly thin paint that doesn't cover very well. But that is a-okay. And it kind of works for this, because, it kind of works for the model in general, because I'm going for, like, a bit of a scrappy... This mech has, these mechs have been in the wars a bit, and have been, like, repaired and stuff. So, having them where their paint job's just a bit iffy somewhere, like sometimes is absolutely fine. Um, yeah. The looks yellow. It kind of doesn't stream, to be fair. I can assure you it is orange. Um, yeah, there's a couple of really good BattleTech games out there. So there's I can't remember the full name of it, but if you just search up BattleTech on Steam, it's a turn-based combat. And I remember that being quite fun. And then there's also MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, which I don't know whether it's still exclusive to Epic, but that's where I own it. And that is basically where you are the pilot piloting around these mechs, and it is very good. It can get a little bit repetitive, but overall, very good. But anyway, how are you doing, Lion? Also, my phone is apparently having massive trouble staying connected to Twitch for whatever reason. Right, so more orange. All right. So I'm kind of sticking to the paint scheme I've kind of laid out with the first one I painted. So the cockpit's got to be blue, and the head's going to be grey. So I'm going to sort of leave the head. Then it's basically just going to be random bits of yeah, it's basically just going to be random bits of grey on various panels and stuff around the body. That should give it a bit of difference around. Back, you know how I said I can watch the Doctor Who Saturday? The What people have cancelled with me, so you could paint if you want to watch Doctor Who or something else. Walk in the app would be good, plus paint. That sounds amazing. So, out for a walk, come back, paint, profit. There we go. Profit indeed. Oh, this is the downside to basing with a brush as well, is because you got to go through like a bunch of stuff over and over. Whereas if you spray, it's A, way quicker, and B, the paint just generally adheres better. Oh, I do have this painting handle though, which is why these guys are on these red things. Probably is these mechs are a bit big for that, so that's why I can't use it, which is a bit annoying. But it's quite good. And it does have like a little hand rest, and I'm kind of missing. Oh, I'm kind of missing that hand rest with the dodgy Nacho 2's blue tack. Yeah, I gotta say it's okay. It does the job. That weird Nacho blue tack. It's not perfect, but it works pretty damn well for what it is. Ah, so I'm just you gotta keep it rotating Get as much as you can, because there's always somewhere that you miss. Um, which is always a pain in the bum, but that's okay. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, so I've booked my car in for Monday because it's making some fun noises. Um, namely the rear left. I mean, when I explained it to them over the phone, they were like, "We're going to order in a brake pad and thing, preemptively because that sounds exactly like what that is." Um, I mean, I don't have to like if it's not that, then uh, like if it's not a brake pad thing, then they won't charge me for it. When did you last change the brakes? I didn't. I've never. Um, and I've had this car for a couple of years. I got it second hand. Oh no no, it's not squeaking. It's metal on metal. It's a crunch. Well, sometimes squeak if I don't drive mine often enough. Yeah, the pants could have totally worn. That's what I'm assuming. But thankfully, it's only the one at the back. Um, they might have a look at the rest just in case, but I don't know. The thing is, it was a bit crunchy, and then it started happening even when I wasn't braking, which was fun. Um, what mileage is yours? I don't know off the top of my head. It's quite a few. It's over 50k. I remember that much. Exact number, can't remember. Just disc and pads that you're replacing, to be fair. Hopefully. And it is nice that they've, like, preemptively ordered the brake stuff. And it is nice to know that, like, as well, just because they've ordered it, if they don't use it, I don't have to pay for it. It's just like, this sounds like this is the problem. I'm like 90% sure it is by the sounds of things. Um, so we're just going to get it preemptively. So gotta just take my car in for about 9:30ish. And then get that sorted. And then to be fair, I will need to take it in for an MOT in full service at some point. Relatively soon, that is. So give me 2 6. If you have the last notes from your last MOT, will tell you how worn the pads are depending on who you're with. I'd cut your brakes. I mean, to be fair, the place I'm taking it is where I got my MOT done last, and where I will take it um, when it needs its next MOT. So it works out. Right, Orange Mac. A little bit of you makes me your man. Yeah, I want to paint this guy at some point. He was just a little freebie. It's got like fairy toys. It's like a little baby dragon with like little fairy wings. It's kind of cute. I'm thinking green. I don't know though. Alrighty ho. Sorry, I'm just sorting stuff out for a second. Right. Now, Orange 2 Electric Boogaloo. Let's roll. A little bit of you makes me your man. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-boo. Mumbo number 5. Oh my god, one of my favorite, like, um, one of my favorite, like, meme things on songs is, like, where it's, like, Roxanne, but it's only rocks. So it does, like, the whole intro for that song, it's just rocks. Fucking dumb, and I love it. And then the other one is, like, for this one, it's everyone in the sun, so it's like a little bit of Sandra in the sun, a little bit of Tina in the sun. It's fucking dumb and I love it. Love the owl's beak moves yet, but like bit like a singing bass. I know, right? So basically, this is a bunch of gifs that get like put together, and then when I'm talking, it swaps to the talking gif. And I just like to have something on the screen, you know. And I got really fucking lucky because um the person who made this little guy, pat 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 pat, um is the same person who was selling the emotes in my chat. So it all matches up. It's beautiful. Mm. Hmm. Hold on. Uh. Oh, that's one. Hold on. I was like, something's missing. There you go. Uh. Can I like? Yeah, let's just make it a bit bigger. There you go. That'll do. I might put like a little. Hold on. Can I put like a just a box behind it or something? So if we just go, literally just color, and then we'll set it to that, and then we'll just shrink it. Right. And then if we go filters, Um... Uh... Hold on. Let's do that color. I'm trying to get it to, like, fade. So it's, like, translucent rather than just solid. Wait, what am I doing? Hold on. Wait. Wait. I have an idea. Like an ombre effect. I suppose so, yeah. So, hold on. If I do this... Okay, this is not what I was expecting, but... Looks just like you, thank you. Uh... If I do this... And then come back here... And then paste the reference... I can have chat on here! Haha! Ha 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 ha! That looks a bit better, doesn't it? So now we got chat. You can see the shit that I deal with. Beautiful. Righty ho, so.
And there seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
How dare you, madam? Either way, we can just sort of, you know, have a good paint sesh. We're going to do fight me, yep. That's exactly what I'm going to do. It's got to be an in-person fight, though, so... I'll wait. Patiently and with fear. Did you commission anyone for art? I do. Would you be able to do art for me? Yes, for a price. What's your price? What sort of price do you do? Uh, there we go. Sorry, Void has gone live, so I just thought it was basically just a case of like he said he had to go. Hold on, he might be live. Lo and behold, he is. Right, we're nearly there on the second coat. Also, nearly there. What do you want? Emotes, channel banner, etc. So, some more emotes would be perfect. You know what? Yeah, emotes, channel banner, and new profile picture. I'm gonna go for something a bit different. Right, there you go. There's a pretty solidly orange. It won't be cheap, you sure? Yes. I just, let me know your price. And then we can, discuss and negotiate. 60 quid. That's not bad. Oh, that's even better. I'm down for that. Oh, 6,000. I'm still down for that. 6,000 quid. No! We agreed on smooch. So I'm just using Mechanica Standard Grey for the, the grey parts. Which, funnily enough, is basically the same colour as Games Workshop Sprue. Smooch pays my bills, what a scam. Well, I guess I'm in contract now. So, if I remember correctly, this guy's called a Thunderhawk off the top of my head. Hold on, that's going to bother me. Shadowhawk, that was it. It's a bit of a meh kind of mech. So it's very much gone for jack of all trades kind of thing. So it can do a lot of different things, but none of them particularly well, you know? Sorry, a moment of concentration, just getting the paintbrush in there. Rebrand to Crustacean. Big Claws, rebrand to Snuggle Mage. Just constant rebranding. No one will ever know who I am. Oh my god, the point on this is just awful right now. Sorry, a little bit of concentration going on right now. I am a really big fan of this style where it's like the grey head. I mean, the big guy that I've got is going to be a bit of a pain to do that with because he doesn't have a head. He's just shoulder. But we'll figure it out when we get there. Rebranded Tesco streaming. I've gone for a slightly finer tip. Or a much finer tip, actually. Just to make it that a little bit easier. Right, so... Tesco value crustacean. So literally the way I do this is just kind of do it based on vibes. So I'll like look over a model and just be like, that bit needs to be grey. And then I'll paint it grey and go, there you go, that looks much better. Or, there you go, that looks like crap. Let's try and undo it. I like the idea the gun's grey, so it's just like, this is the gun bit. And then there's like a similar wrist thing on the other side. That doesn't have the gun that I noticed earlier. And I'm probably going to, like, wrist panel, that's the word I'm looking for. And I'm probably going to do that grey. Yeah, this mech has just an absolute metric heck ton of weaponry on it. So it's got like a shoulder cannon, it's got a chest cannon, wrist cannon. It's probably got something in its back somewhere, but it's got a whole bunch of shit. Um, um, there we go. I have like 5 minutes of lunch left, sadly. I'm sorry to hear that. I will miss you when you're gone. As always. Yeah, this has a bunch of different weapons on it. Yeah, it can throw out a lot of shots. It's just the shots it does throw out are not very good. So they're very, like, low caliber, is the easiest way to think about it. And it's other things like, it does have jump jets, but they're not, like, the strongest things in the world. So it does have a teeny bit of mobility, but nothing much. So you've got big cannon on the top. You've got a little cannon type thing, missile thing there on the side of the head. You've got these holes here. Those are a missile system. You've got the wrist rocket, or wrist gun rather. I think there's another one, but I can't remember. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of different bits and bobs. And none of them are particularly punchy. Which ones were weak? All of them. All of them were weak. Well, this one's less so, but just overall, it's quite weak. So Battletech works a bit differently to Warhammer. Instead of having like, so this has 1, 2, 3, 4 guns that I can find. I swear there was another one, but I'm just gonna say 4 for now. So this has 4 guns. In Warhammer, it would be like either you'd play them as 4 guns, or they'd be 4 separate guns. Like different models and stuff, or 4 of the same gun, you know, things like that. Whereas this, it's just lumped into On the well, at the very least, the version I played with Alex, it's just like this model has 5 attacks with its ranged weapons, and it's just you go from there. Oh, the Armada dishes out literal back shots. What do you mean dishes out literal back shots? I'm pretty sure there is a mech that has a dick cannon. I mean, I could get Alex to model one. I like saying that as if he's like my pet artist or something. No. Dick Cannon, I know a guy. Dick Cannon's a really nice guy, you know? He goes by Richard these days because of the connotations, but it's okay. What was I gonna say? But yeah, so hold on. Eh. There we go. So yeah, Alex sent me basically 2 armies worth of these guys, which is just 8 mechs total. So not much. Like as in this doesn't require much. Mr. and Mrs. Cannon. Exactly. But I have been instructed to give the second army to Josh, so I've just sort of chosen one. Out of the 2. And the other one is going to Josh. And then he can paint those up, and then maybe at some point we'll have a game of Battletech. I wouldn't put it on anytime soon, to be fair. I mean, we do have a game of Warhammer coming up. Not this Saturday, next Saturday. Which should be quite nice. Kind of feel like I should do some stuff on the back grey. Because if you look at this guy, I've got like a couple of bits on the front, but the back is just very, very plain. I mean, there's these jet bits up here. Sorry, that was a very heavy concentration moment there. And we're going to go back in for another one. God, I really miss the hand rest of the other painting handle I've got. I have to like improvise with it. So the it's basically just a bit of metal that sticks out. So if I show you, it's just that bit of metal that sticks out. But I can like ground my other hand, so that my left hand shaking is then picked up by my right hands and stuff like that. So it just sort of stabilizes everything. Right. Uh, this is one of those moments in like painting something where I'm just like, it's heavy concentration because it's a very, very small area. Um, all right. Now for the red. And I have a couple of ideas for the red. Do-do-do. Ba-da-do. Boo-do-do. Boop. Boo-do. Do-do-do. And I'll be there, being free. Right. So I'm going to paint the back stripe on its leg this red. So it's supposed to be orange and slate grey with red trim. But there was just something, like, whilst I was painting this back here, I was like, there's more that I could do with this. And I could see this stripe at the bottom, and I'm just like, that would go hard red. And here I am. There we go. Right, sorry, just doing the edges of bits which need a lot of concentration. Which is a bit of a theme for this, is lots of concentration. But I do find this very relaxing overall. And if any of you are interested in doing anything like this, so miniature painting or anything like that, as much as I joked about it earlier, go into your local Games Workshop and just be like, hey, I want to try painting a mini, and they will happily do it. They'll provide the paints, they'll provide the model, the brushes, everything. You just need to turn up. To be fair, thinking about it, I might switch to Mechanicus after this model. Get some of them done. So there's also a game system called Turnet 28 that I've played a few games of on Tabletop Sim, and that is a very silly, silly premise, very simple rules relative, and I made a little force for that. I know I'm never gonna probably never gonna use them in a game. Having them's nice. So I did like a bunch of like medieval knights wearing divers helmets. God damn it, Gucci. And they all had cannons, as in like ship's cannons. I just slipped out my bad. God damn it. Um. So yeah, the whole thing is for that army is they follow around ships. And then when those ships sink, they'll dive under the waves and loot. And that's how they get their like military equipment and stuff. Hence the diving outfits and the ship cannons. You did indeed. Thank you.
Ask Queen, slay your
Sophia,
enemies,
welcome
rise
in.
up your army, take your rightful place upon the throne.
How are you doing today, Sophia? I hope you're doing well. Uh... I just got in from work bloody knackered after 3 days off. I can imagine. Things I did every day feels weirdly unfamiliar. Yeah, it's just where you're like out of the loop. Or out of the of stuff usually, so you just out the groove. So you gotta like get back in that groove. And sometimes that can be a right pain in the ass. Bollocks. Do, 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 do. Right, that's literally a pain in the ass. God damn it! How many channel roll points to paint are in red on your person? I'm willing to spend one. Do you buy these models then paint them? So in general, yes. It's buying the models and then painting them. However, yes, as Gucci said, Alex designed and then printed these ones. So the one I'm painting now. And now I'm painting it up. It's for a tabletop game called Battletech. Ever thought about getting a 3D printer? I have. The last time I checked, they are very expensive, and there are other things between there that I want to do. Like, there are things I want to get and do before I get a 3D printer. Like, prime example, get Alex to print you a 3D printer. That would work. Yeah, basically want to get I basically want to get a VR headset before I do any 3D printer related stuff, because my old VR headset has given up the ghost. Wanted to make anime figures. Ooh. I'm not even going to read that. Just can't compete with AI. God damn it. You don't have to compete with AI because I'm here for you. Over VR, don't even use it. The thing is, I would use it because for like streaming stuff and playing VR games, which I loved playing VR games, but I just can't anymore. It's very annoying. And I want to be able to again. I'll tell you what, I absolutely loved playing Resident Evil 4 in VR. That was great. You read it, baby. Not out loud, but it's there for public gift. But that's true. I was just a pain to hook up to PC. I have to take out a monitor. Wait, you have to take out a monitor? What? You have a Quest, don't you? Yeah. Wait, which Oculus do you have? So I was thinking of getting as my next one, getting a Quest 3, which is the next one up. But at the same time, the Steam VR stuff has been looking relatively promising, so yeah. Oh, the Rift S, yeah. I remember. Okay, I thought you had the same one as me, but that is a different one. Uh, the new discounted one, it's all about the metas now. So, Meta bought out Oculus, so should be no slash less support updates for it. Yeah, kind of. The Rift S is a bit older now. Yeah, Meta is the Facebook folk. Welcome at night.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
There we go. So that's that cockpit done. Just seen another bit of trim that I can do. That would look really nice. Have the Facebook Meta a lot made in other game consoles and stuff like that? No. So they basically... Oculus did the Rift series, so the Oculus Rift, and did that for quite a few years. And they kind of... I know there was another company doing it at the same time, but Oculus was the one that was, like, bigger and more public-facing in terms of VR stuff. And then eventually, when the tech got a lot better and a lot more widespread, other companies picked up doing it, including, for example, Steam and HTC. And then eventually Meta just bought out Oculus, which is why it's now the Meta Quest rather than the Oculus Quest. I want to break free. I want to break free from your lies. You're so self-satisfied. I don't need you. I got to break free. God knows. There we go. I've fallen in love. Oh, I gotta love it, Queen. Really enjoy watching Proximity Chat on YouTube, who makes videos on VR and the furry lot. I've been watching his stuff as well, and I just want to put this out there. Not everyone on VR Chat is like that. The problem is, the people that are like that are so bad, they kind of give the whole thing a bad name. So yeah, that's a bit of a pain. Just for the VR Chat community in general. I assume you're a furry now. No, I am not a furry now. I always have, but no. See you in a museum / gallery soon. There was quite a funny moment of, like, a little while ago where, I think it was, like, I saw another one of those videos where someone was, like, investigating a VR Chat weird group. And, like, mid-investigation, another investigator turned up and started, like, interviewing him. Which is very silly. Yeah, in the Proximity Chat videos, my favourite moments have to be when they're like, I know what Proximity Chat's like, I'll know what, you know, I know what he's like, I know his voice, I know how he acts, so I'll spot him immediately. Bearing in mind, all of this is being said to Proximity Chat. I have hacker friends, they'll hack him. I know, right? Be afraid. Well, see, a Phantom Sense thing, that is definitely just for attention, in most cases. I have no doubt that there are some people out there who genuinely do feel certain things. But Good God. And the fucking multiple personality thing. That's another one that I'm just like, seriously? Like, they have to switch models and be like, oh, I'm this personality now. And it's like, what the fuck are you up to? Oh yeah, the online family stuff does creep me out. And then also, especially creeps me out when the people who are being the parents have a family of their own in real life, and it's like, why the fuck are you here? Huh? I want to do something with this. With the gun. I could do it in grey. That being said, do you want to be my furry husband? Yeah, go on. No one will understand how we feel. Ooh. Your phantom sensor if I punch your owl on my screen. Unfortunately not. In VR, however. Different matter entirely. Oh. The amount of grooming that goes on in VR rooms he goes into is insane. I know, right? So, the big problem with what happened with VR chat, or one of the big problems rather, is when it came out on the MetaQuest. So, it's out for both PC and now mobile, and also on the MetaQuest. And the problem with it coming out on the MetaQuest is because it's very much just it's a free game. You can download it. It's 13 plus, I think. And you know, these kids can get their VR headset and then just go straight onto VR chat. No real problems there. And then, you know, creeps take advantage of that. And it's just not good. Been grooming you the entire time. I know. Why do you think it's been so easy? Hmm? Yeah, I remember a while ago I did look into getting a I did look into getting a 3D printer as well. This was a few years back. I think it was either during or before COVID, I can't remember. But it was basically like hugely expensive to get a 3D printer. Like I think the cheaper options were like 500 quid and it just went from there up. And I was like, nah. Just nah. Like, A, I don't have the money for that. B, that is just way too expensive, even if I did have the money for it. So I abandoned that thought, and I've just sort of left it there for a good while. I know the prices of 3D printers have gone way down. Like, you can get really cheap ones for like 100 quid now. Well, I say really cheap ones, like, cheap in comparison. um... Um... but yeah, I have looked into it, and I was seriously considering it at one point. And then stopped because of car. And then it's been shunted further back in my head because of the VR headset just giving up the ghost. So, yeah. There's a part of me that wants to, like, a big part of me that wants to wait for the Steam VR thing to come out. Because they're working on something. But at the same time, A, it's probably going to be really expensive. B, it'll probably require a decent chunk of setup, and I don't really have access to that. Like, it has to go in a shared family room, and I don't want to just be like, I'm gonna stick a bunch of random cameras everywhere. So, in terms of what I'm considering at the moment is definitely MetaQuest 3, which I know not so good on the old thingy front, but it's, yeah, it's basically the only one that really fits the bill. And I did a bunch of research into it, and at the very least, at the moment, the MetaQuest 3 is widely considered the best on the market, especially for price point and convenience. So it's a hard one to compete with. There you go. So this is just the shading process. I have ever so slightly cocked up in a couple of places. But at the same time, I want it to be really grimy, so it kind of works. Yeah, so some of this has pulled up a bit on flat areas, which generally is not what you want, but honestly, I just want this to look really rather grimy. And well used. So I'm okay with that look. There you go. Mech. But I'm really liking the orange grey combo. And then that red trim on a bunch of stuff as well is quite nice. I just really like how this colour scheme's come out. I basically went onto a website that deals with like Battletech factions and just scrolled through, and I was like, what are the colour schemes that are available? And when I read that one was red or orange and slate grey with red trim, I was like, you know what? I'm in. Actually, no, I'm going to get the red back. Whoops. Because what I'm just going to quickly do... Because I have been thinking about it. What I'm going to quickly do is this. Okay, that just denotes which way's front. So the way it works is pretty much your line of sight is from the back. So line of sight works like that. But then your back arc is like that. So it'll be a triangle out the back. But just getting a nice red stripe to denote where the front is, just to make it very clear. Be like, this is the front. No arguments. Easy peasy. Right. So, this is the great thing about this painting handle. Slight bit of magnetism in the top. Clip. And I can spin them around and stuff. And then there's also anchoring, which is really nice. So I'm a big fan of this painting handle. Right. So, for starters, it's basically... There's a bunch of metal on there, so... We're going to base most of it in Leadbelcher, and then a little bit... And then the robe in white. So it can be painted pink later on. Remember to shake your paints. So one kind of interesting thing about the Mechanicus guys I'm painting is like their rifles are just, you know, wood with a bit of it's mainly wood with a bit of sill stuff on it, which is kind of nice. It does give a really nice effect on it, and I love the aesthetic of it. Just generally am a big fan of Mechanicus. It's just, you know, well, the army's a bit expensive to collect because the so every army in 40k has a points per pound value. And Mechanicus is very much on the lower end of that, which isn't ideal at all. And yeah, I don't want to get into that too hard. There we go. But you have like two basic you have two basic members of the Mechanicus. So you've got like you've got the Scutari, who are like actual members. Who are these guys? They're very like kind of the basic troops, I suppose is the easy way to put it. But they are considered valuable to an extent, and human to an extent. Even though they do replace a lot of their like they replace a good chunk of their flesh and all that good stuff with robotics. So, I mean, their ideal is to have 100% robotics, because the flesh is weak. It's like the speech at the beginning of the Mechanicus game, where that goes fucking hard. Where it's like, I'm trying to remember the exact line, but it's basically, from the moment I realized the weakness of flesh, it disgusted me. And yeah, they crave the certainty of steel. And then there's the fucking line of like, when your body fails you and you wither and decay, do not come to me, because I have already saved myself, and it will be too late for you. And it's just like, oh. But yeah, love me a bit Mechanicus. Yeah, so I thought I'd do a little kill team, because it's literally just one box of dudes, done. You can, like, so the way that kill team works is you basically just get like an amount of models, and then there's a list of what models are available and their equipment and stuff. So for example, the Hunter Clade, which is what I have collected. Hunter Clade is 10 models, one of which has to be your leader. And there's like 4 leaders I think you can pick from, maybe 3. No, 4. It is 4. And then there's like a list of, I think it is about 10 different guys that you can pick from. And you can have duplicates of some of them. There's like, for example, the different special ranged weapons these guys have. You can only have one of each. But in terms of the Skitarii, you can either have Vanguards or Rangers, I think, are the 2. Actually, hold on, let me double check. Just looking it up very quickly. So it's, yeah, Rangers and Vanguards. So you got those 2 that you can pick from. And then there's also Infiltrators and Ruststalkers, which are a different box. So you can have a bit of a combination of those, but because I'm only like, you know, I just want to get a kill team and that's kind of it. Come brain. Oh yeah, so I basically just bought a Skitarii box, and then that's 10 dudes done. Kill team sorted, and it's just the combination of the 2. So this guy is a ranger, You can tell because he's got a hood. Actually, it'll probably be easier to just show you because it'll be very obvious which ones are Rangers and which ones are Vanguard when I show you the paint scheme. So, also their ranged weapons are a little bit different. So you've got the Rangers, which are the ones with the hood on the right here, which is this guy. They also have the more like wooden rifle looking things, and they're pretty cool. And then you've got the Vanguards here who have the helmets. So they are quite easy to pick out on the battlefield from just that color difference. And then of course they got the different weapons as well. And the Rangers are more, well, it's more ranged than they're more close combat style. So I've got a bit of a combination of the two. Just to give me that bit of versatility. I've yet to have a game of Kill Team, but at the same time, this is just a personal little art project. Like, I just wanna paint up some nice Mechanicus members. And I am a big fan of Chaos, so I thought, you know what? I can make them pink. And then forgot about the purity seals, and they went, wait. Emperor's Children are really... like, they basically like to mock loyalists by shouting for the Emperor. And all that good stuff, so... the way I see it, their Mechanicus would probably still have purity seals on. Again, in a mocking way. So they'd be purity seals. But they'd have, like, death to the false emperor written on them and things like that. There we go. There we go. There's most of the robe done. Now I just need to do the hood. There we go. So you can see I'm sort of like anchoring my hand in to the metal bit. And it just helps like the... so any movement that either hand does, namely the painting hand, gets pretty much transferred directly to the model itself. And that just means like it basically just like mutes a lot of the movements. Which is really nice. Now, the downside to doing this, especially doing this in this way, is the getting to the cloak underneath. So this section, this bit under here, is a right pain in the arse. And the best way I have found to deal with that, fucking take it off the base, and then get up that skirt. There we go. I also need to do the sleeves, I've just realised. Also, this song just makes me think of the Freddie Mercury Goes on a Roller Coaster. He just starts playing We Are the Champions, but he just goes, "We." And it just makes me think of that. And it always makes me chuckle. Hey, I love this song. Danny, don't you know that you are cold as fuck on the inside? Everybody knows him, Mr. And be ripe with time. Right. I love that line of just you're just going through an awkward phrase from 12 to 29. It's such a good line. Right, now it's very carefully stick him back on. Now, the great thing about this is I can just now take this off and swap it out for a different model, which is really nice for doing this stuff. But I don't want to batch paint these guys. I want to take my time with each of them. That's why the kilting, because then I can actually focus a bit more on each of them. And then I also have this transfer sheet, which does have a bunch of miscellaneous chaos transfer. Like this down here is all miscellaneous, I think. Might be lumped in with the word bearers, but Thousand Suns, so these ones are the ones I've been using so far. A bunch of Black Legion symbols, which some are similar to the Thousand Suns. Actually, that one's the same as that one, so that's fine. There's Iron Warriors if you want to use that. But I think I'll use some of these as well. Like these ones. And then you can't really see it. No, you're not going to be able to see it. Oh, you can kind of. There you go. There's like text in the corner here. But yeah. That's the, those are the things I've been using on the... Okay, not that one. That's a bad example. You see here, just on the shoulder pad. That's where I've been transferring those. Right. Now, before I forget, let's do white on the arms. There we go. I remember when Kill Team originally came out. It very much like it was good. I did play a few games, but I don't think it was anything particularly special. But from what I've seen, so I've seen a couple of things. Kill Team's come quite a way, and I think it's just a nice way of like having much shorter games and having a much simpler experience and all that good stuff. Alrighty, ho. Oh, there is no sleeve on the other arm. It's just robot. Hell yeah. So it's one sleeve, one robot. I'll take it. Right. So, I picked up some of this. So, I'd already been thinking about the colour scheme I'd use for it. And I picked up some Vallejo True Metallic Shade. So this is like a gloss black shade kind of thing. So that's what I've been using for the backpack. So it's that nice shiny black. And then also, actually, be able to show you this. This guy's helmet's also the same thing. And parts of his gun, actually, now I think about it. But anyway, so I'll be using that on these guys, which looks super dope. Again, leaning into that Emperor's Children thing of black and pink. But funnily enough, I have finished painting by Turn Up Army. I should probably actually show you some because they are good. But the this black paint was purely bought for this, so I could do these guys because it's the color scheme that I wanted. I wanted this shiny black for like a lot of the metallic parts and stuff like that, and because the main thought of it was the vanguards where they've got the helmets rather than the hoods, and I was like, those helmets would look really cool in black, and it would like really nicely contrast with the pink, and make it really good in terms of like figuring out who's what on the field. And so I got this. I was looking like, what metallic black paint is there? Like, what's available? And a lot of places were like, yeah, this one's really good. Use this one. And I didn't realize it was a shade until it came. And I was like, oh shit, that's not good. But then I applied it to some silver, and it comes out really nicely. So yeah, well happy with that. Right, let's get some regular black in there as well. Do I have 3 abandoned blacks? I think I do. There we go. So we want to come down here and do the trousers. Got to be a little bit careful because, as you can imagine, painting over black with white is very difficult and very time consuming. So you do have to be a little bit careful, but hey ho. There's a few color combinations that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, you know. So like one of them is doing black and white. Do not apologize. I know you've got a job. It's absolutely fine. I'm just here chilling. So yeah, there's a few color combinations that I wouldn't wish on anyone, and would recommend you don't do. One of which is black and white because it's a bloody pain in the ass. And hold on. There we go. Because, you know, painting white over black is a pain in the ass. The other one is yellow in any darker color. So yellow and red's one, yellow and black. Anything like that. Pain. Hold on. Sorry, got a call, but my brother got a text back saying so many people complimented a cake. Aw, so happy. I'm so happy for you. As in with lots of I cry painting black, white, / black, yellow. Or any strong colour with white, yeah. I've done it myself. It's fucking pain. Alright, let's put some colours back. And then grab brown. It's like Josh did hazard stripes on some models, and that was yellow and black. And I think he said he freehanded some of it, but generally was just, you know, paint on, done. Yeah, he said he regretted doing that, but it does look good. Oh. I don't know exactly what it is specifically, but I absolutely love the I absolutely love the wooden gun with metallic bits attached aesthetic that these guys bring. Right. Now, unfortunately, the stock of this gun is hidden. That's alright. Hold on. Actually, I painted on the sprue. Give those colours a go. Yeah, I could get that. I'm not fully built, motherfucker. Also very tempted to strip all my minis and start again. Okay. Did you finish the other mini? Let me see, please. I will show you in just a mo. yeah, stripping minis is definitely something you can do. Oh yeah, so okay. So this is the one that I was doing earlier. The mech. That's how he's come out. Which I quite like. Almost looks crystallized. I can kind of see what you mean. It is a bit glossy. But that's okay. But yeah, so we've got I'd forgot about this earlier, but we've got Skitarii, who are these guys. They're like the basic troop for the Mechanicus. And then you have Servitors, who are these guys, who are basically criminals who have then been given to the Mechanicus to use as like basic workforce. And yeah, the life of a Servitor is pretty awful. Most of the time they're lobotomized. So they like just, you know, a shell of a human. And then they're just put to work. Yeah. Life of a Servitor? Pretty awful. And then Servitors can also be turned into Servo Skulls. Now, Servo Skulls are literally just heads that have then been implanted with a bunch of machinery so they can use their brain. And they basically use the brain for, like, tasks that would normally be used with programs or AI or something like that. So, you know, if you commit a crime in the 41st millennium, it could just be like jaywalking, you know, like crossing the street without a crossing. That could be it. And your sentence is to be a doorknob. So yeah. 41st millennium. Not the best. Right, sorry, got a bit distracted there. Right, so... let's do the pink. So, in general, the pink that I've done is a little bit... oops, that's brown. The pink I've done is a little bit too bright. Because it is pink horror. Which is quite bright in itself. Now, I can't fully remember, but I feel like I added a bit of Mephiston red to it. Just to bring that colour back a bit. It's not a lot. It's just to bring that colour back from being quite so bright. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we're just gonna... So, in general, the Mechanicus usually rock red robes. And they do look very cool. Like, the red robes of Mars are A, iconic, and B, very cool. And I mean, you know, way back when I would have my fist in red, god damn it. Um um oh, my brain's gone. Oh, cold brain. So the yeah, so it's the red robes of Mars. It's very iconic, very cool. And originally, like when I thought about doing Mechanica stuff, um, it would have been red robes because red is my favorite color. Um, but then when I was coming around to actually doing them, I was like, oh, I really like the idea of like a really dark black metallic in there. To get it to pop a bit and stuff like that. And I just thought, oh, if it's this really nice metallic black, why not pink instead of red? And go for a chaos theme. And for me personally, bloody love it. Your brain totally derailed at that thought. It really did. Is there any Warhammer Uranus lore? Kind of. So the Mechanicas originally were from Mars, funnily enough. And Earth still exists in the 41st millennium, just about. But welcome in, Arcane Paints. Welcome in. How you doing? Sorry, took a second to read your name there. How's paint going? Are you painting an army? No, I am painting a kill team. So, Arcane Paints. Do not worry yourself one bit. I can't read. But yeah, I'm just painting a little kill team. Just about to take us down to the Anus lore. So, I don't know what lore there is specifically for Uranus in 40k. I do know that the solar system is still there, and Mars is where these guys come from. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I would want to collect Mechanicus. It's just they're very expensive to collect, so I thought I'd settle with a kill team. And so the two that are the two kill teams that are available are either Hunter or Battleclades. And I don't like the idea of servitors as a kill team, so I just wanted Skitarii, so I went with the Hunterclade. But I'm very much more on like the chaos side of things. Like I prefer chaos. So when I was like, "Ooh, this paint will go like going for a metallic black would be very cool," and so I went with more of an Emperor's Children color scheme. It kind of works as well because them being sort of more Emperor's Children inclined. The Emperor's Children like to mock the Imperium. Like, for example, they follow Chaos, but they still shout for the Emperor in a very mocking way. And, because I don't want to do too much to these models in terms of taking bits off, it kind of works in my head, because they got purity seals. But, you know, headcanon, those purity seals say stuff like Death to the False Emperor. And as long as it works in my head, that's the important part. I do hope we get Dark Mechanicum. We do have some, but it's not like a... It's not a proper thing. Like, I can't remember what it was, but, what it was called. But there's the... it's like a Chaos Leader that's like a dude riding a mechanical horse or something like that. That's Dark Mechanicus. But, yeah, they didn't really go much into it beyond that. I mean, there were a couple of other bits and bobs, if I remember correctly, but yeah. It would be nice if it was a fully fleshed thing. Yeah, do you collect Warhammer? By any chance? And if so, whom? Might be able to just take this. No, God, I can't think of his name. I don't know how well it would see, but it would be at least one. What? Oh, I know the guy. I can't think of his name. I don't know how well I would see, but I would say at least one. I see. But they did do like a thing of it when that guy came out. They were like, "Oh, Dark Mechanicus is an option," and then came out with that model and like one or two others. I think they were just testing the waters, and judging by the lack of follow-up, I feel like it's not gone particularly well. Uh, Currently, Orcs has 40 days started Vampire's Old World's first game of that next week. Oh, hell yeah! Meant so not just see bad timing, apparently. I'd sell but at least one. That's alright. Yeah, love me some Orcs. Absolutely love me some Orcs. Had a tournament with them actually, and absolutely bombed it because I made a bunch of really silly mistakes, and then the dice were against me. But man, was it fun! Yeah, my main army at the moment is Thousand Suns. Been quite enjoying collecting them. Okay. Now if you have one like, to turn to with Orcs, yeah, kinda. I have had some like pretty damn good clutch moments. Like I played against a friend of mine, and it wasn't like it wasn't looking great. It was looking a bit iffy for me as Orcs, and I um managed to clinch it back. Couple of mistakes on his end, but generally managed to cinch it back and push forwards to victory. So sometimes it does work like that, sometimes it doesn't. Sorry, quick moment of intense concentration. Just touching up, just touching up a couple of bits, making sure they look good, all that good stuff. Oh my god, I just didn't do the underneath. What the hell? How did I miss that? God, that's dumb. I did a Helldrake not that long ago. That was a lot of fun to paint. Well, fun relatively speaking. It was basically just a case of get everything to the point that the trim is the next bit, and then just kind of leave it to one side, and then every time I feel like, hey, I'm gonna go paint some trim, then I'd go back and do it. I wouldn't force myself to. Because I know my brain would have ejected itself at force if I'd sat and been like, right, I'm not going to leave this table until half the trim's done. I would have, fucking lost it. So I just sort of went, it's there. If I want to do trim, it's there. Nope. Yeah, Thousand Suns is very nice. I was a bit miffed about 9th edition. No, 10th edition. When they removed a bunch of the... they moved a bunch of the magics of it. Like, Thousand Suns are lots of magic shit. And there used to be a psychic phase in 9th and 8th. And they basically removed that in 10th. And, yeah, it was very annoying. Because a lot of Thousand Suns stuff happened in the psychic phase, and then that just being gone was like, eh. And then they just made like psychic weapons a keyword of psychic, but that never really crops up anywhere. Or at least barely crops up. I really want to see the chaos, but it turns out I hate metallic paints, so doing the trim was dreadful. You don't have to do you don't have to do metallic trim for chaos. The thing that I always say, and one of the reasons why I love this this hobby, that is the only colour the model ever has to be at any point, is this colour grey. Because that's the colour of the plastic. Once you start painting, it's entirely up to you. So you don't have to do gold trim, you don't have to do brass trim. You could do like a matte trim, because a lot of Space Marines use matte trim. I mean, I've done my Thousand Suns with a gold trim, and they do look dope as fuck. They don't have to be. Also, give me just a second. I'll respond to another message in a sec. No worries, Doodles. Thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you have a good hunt. I really wanted to do chaos, but yeah, I remember I did get something like, did you get something like that phase back in the Codex? Yeah. So there's now in the Codex there's a bunch more, or there's a bunch of stuff that's like to do with the psychic phase, or not a psychic phase, I suppose. Um, so yeah, there is something there, but it's not like the be all and end all kind of thing. And they are in a much nicer position now. Just a bit miffed when it first came out. Alright, just seeing what I need to do with this. So, my favourite metallic, Balthazar Gold. One thing about the official like paint schemes for stuff is one thing that never made sense to me. Why the hell are the Thousand Suns painted with brass? And then the World Eaters painted with gold? In my head, they should either both be gold or swap the colours around. Like, it's never made sense to me why the Thousand Suns are supposed to have brass or bronze for their trim. At least on the like official paint scheme, I suppose. Because they're supposed to be, you know, they're based on Egyptian stuff, so get that gold in there. I thought it was gold on Tanzans. From what I saw last, a lot of their stuff is like a brassy colour. I'll see if I can find a picture. But it makes no bloody sense to me if it is. I may be wrong. I'm just putting that out there. Let me just double check. Hold on. Maybe bronze for the Bronze Age when Egypt was peak. Maybe someone said we need to sell bronze paint. Maybe. Right, so if I switch over to this, and then we zoom in, right? They've got the yellow stripes, but it is very clearly like a brassy, silvery kind of colour. Like, what? No! It should be gold! Like, what the fuck? Make that shit gold! And some of their other stuff, like I think this is gold. But this is all brass, and it makes no sense. Like eh. So yeah, I hate the way that they paint these trims. It just no. So anyway, I painted gold for everything because it's infinitely better. I've been gaslit. Stands out against the yellow. How do you paint yours? I paint mine with base coat of Wraithbone, and then a coat of a Kellen Green, I think it's called, which is a contrast paint. The paint is blue. It's called a Kellen Green, which is really annoying. And then gold trim. But yeah, Thousand Suns is like a brassy colour. Like a red, or like a reddish silver. It's... oh, fuck it, hold on. Oh yeah, I also use Screamer Pink for the cloth. So, this paint, that I have used for the blue. You see all of that blue? Where is it? This blue is this paint. Why is it called a Kellan green? Just because some twat fucking used a yellow undercoat when he painted it. Ah! Anyway. If you couldn't tell already, that bothers the ever-loving bejesus out of me. Yeah, that's what my Thousand Suns guys looks like. That's the colour scheme. It's the bully colourblind, like all games with paint names. They look great. Thank you. Looking whilst dying. Oh no, what's up, Goots? Are you ill? Oh. But yeah, these are my Thousand Suns. I'm a woman. Ah. Say no more. But yeah, as you can see, beautiful colour scheme. Sending happy vibes indeed. There you go, look at that. Look at that gold trim. None of that brass bollocks. Oh, I haven't done the stripes on the head as well, because I respect my sanity far too much to do the stripes on the head. And to be fair, without the stripes on the head, still a beautiful colour scheme, so I'm winning. The sign is nice. I am a big fan of that. Goots. Why is this the name of the paint that I used? Apparently does not want to focus. Anyway. Why is that the name of the colour? Right. More black. Anyway, sorry, I will let you get back to womaning. I won't keep you long. Well, not that I could keep you, I'm just saying. I don't want to... Anyway. That's me once again, overthinking things. Look it up. There's probably a reason for it, probably. What you painting? A Mechanicus man. I got a kill team. So I got a little kill team of Mechanicus guys because I like them. So yeah, got that going on right now. But anyway, welcome in, Josh. How you doing? Got a Kellan green. Does it come out bright? When it comes out the way you see, it comes out like this. That's on a. To be fair, that's on a white. That's on a white undercoat, so that might have something to do with it. But yeah, my theory for it is because the color underneath is really like influential to the color for contrast paints. My theory is some twat used it with a yellow undercoat and went, "Look, it's green," and no one, wanted to collect no one wanted to correct him. Grey is another name for sleaze cream, which is it's very poisonous. It's made out of arsenic. Okay. Duke went to a college open day the other day. Ooh, speak some people about doing plumbing or electrical. Okay. How'd that go well? So alkaline green is another name for cheese green, which is very poisonous. No, it was obviously when the colour was discovered. Yeah, but wait, how does that link to blue? Why is it blue? Nope. We need a finer brush for this. Huh. So, if you look a bit closely and carefully, on the left side of his face, I don't know how well you can see that, there's like 2 dots for his left eyes. And I want to do those yellow. Wait. What am I doing? Hold on. If I just do it quite messily, like that. I'm sharing raw points to take the paint water big pimpin. No. Just no. Because alkaline turns things more blue, so I imagine they make green and alkaline to make a weird green. Okay. It's still dumb, but you know what? I'll take it. Thanks for that little tidbit. Even though company just like the name. You know what? Fair enough. Fuck. Damn it. Right, I will need to touch up that bit, which is very annoying. But if I go with some if I go with some Zenduri dust, just a bit of that, and then mix it with a good bit of white. Then you get a really nice parchment color. Okay, there we go. That's that purity seal done.
Friend? Friend! You came!
Arcane Paints, thank you very much for the follow. So now I'm just going to do a little bit of touching up on the paint. Because I've got some red on other bits. And now just to do the silver. So the way this works as well in general, well, what I'm going to do with the rest of this is, I have two shades for this model. For the model in general, it's going to be Agrax Earthshade. So the Agrax Earthshade is there to just make everything look a bit dirty. It's basically just a brownish wash. Brownish wash. Hush, 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 hush. The cloak stuff, so all the pink, I have been using a paint, contrast paint called, not contrast, a shade paint called Carrienberg Crimson, which is basically a sort of like reddy coloured wash, just to give it that extra oomph into the pink. I think I'm okay with that, actually, all of that. I want to get a transfer on the shoulder, so we got our transfer sheet here. I'll probably take this, put that on there. Let's go for a white one. So the way transfers work is they're basically just like plastic little sheet things that have the designs on, and they're a bit finicky to get to work. But the best way I've found to do it, because the best way to do it is do it with like various chemicals and stuff, and like with glosses, things like that. And it does like objectively give you a better result if you do it that way. But the basic way of doing it is you just soak the paper, so that it's nice and loose, and then also the transfer will just sort of come off. And then with a brush, you very carefully brush it to where you want it, and then leave it to dry. So there is actually something happening right now. Well, it's nearly there. So if you look, you can kind of see there's that white bit on the tip. That's the transfer. So we're just going to put that onto the shoulder pad. And then we just kind of get it into position and like smooth it down. And just make sure all the sides are down nicely and everything is nicely in place. And then when that dries, that'll sort of... It won't... It's not perfect, but it will pretty much weld itself on. That's the simple way of doing a transfer. Right. Let's grab... Well, let's put this back. Grab Carrion Burn Crimson. Which is this one. You can kind of see the colour there. So it's like this reddish wash. So what we're going to do is just get a good amount on our brush, but not too much. I'm sort of taking some of it off by just wiping it, and then you just put that over. Do you see your transfers with a varnish, or do you find them... They stay alright on themselves, in my opinion. I've got a bunch of transfers on my Thousand Suns guys, and none of them have really shifted or come off or anything like that. Now, I will need to quickly pull this guy off and do the underside of the cloak. Because otherwise it's the biggest pain in the arse to get under there. Oh. Sorry, some of the wash there was pooling up, and I was like, nope, not having that. In some cases, the wash pooling up's fine, but 99% of the time, no. Now, in terms of washes in general for models, they're not essential, but they do help quite a bit with picking out details. Especially when you've got like lots of panels and stuff, because it like painting over the panels and bits can make it just seem really flat. And then a wash over the top of that will generally like make those panels pop. I mean, prime example would be the previous model I was painting. This bad boy. Like, if you look at this guy, there's like a bunch of the detail that you're missing. Like, for example, here. To you guys, it's flat, as far as I can tell, but there is actually, if you look a bit closer, if it'll focus, camera. You're going to have to trust me, there's a little bit of detail there. And the shade will pick that out really nicely. But in terms of like sealing stuff in, I do have this, just in case. It's just glossy, so you have to be a little bit careful with it. Big Hair Jim, welcome in. Hello, how are you today? Are you painting for fun, for a game, or for a commission? I am painting for fun. So, this is just a little Mechanicus kill team I've got going. Let's grab the old Anchrax. And then this is going over the rest of the model. Yeah. Nearly knocked over the bloody pot then. Yeah, good answer. I mean, all the good answers, yeah. Why, what sorts of things do you paint? If you paint, that is. I have thought about doing like commission work or stuff like that, but at the same time, I would hate the hobby because it wouldn't be me painting for fun anymore. It'd be me painting for a deadline. And apart from like the deadline of, oh, there's a tournament on Wednesday, for example, that's the kind of deadline I'm okay with, not the kind of deadline of like someone's paying me to do this. I tell you what, I did go to a tournament like quite a while ago, and I basically just went and painted my army like really quick to get it done so that I could actually be fully painted for that tournament. And then I got there and like half the armies weren't fully painted, and I was like, seriously? God damn it. I hit crunch period for nothing. For zilch. It was fine. My army looked good, that's the important thing. I do paint. I'm more of a gamer, so I get them tabletop ready. I'm not that good. Right now I've got a Vatan army finished. Oh, fuck yeah. While your washer's dry, do you have a favourite paint job? I'm very proud of my Thousand Suns, especially the Helldrake. So yeah, I did paint a Helldrake. Josh fucking threatened me with a second one, which was devious because I would have put in the effort to actually paint it. But yeah. Hold on. Is it accessible? Yes, but I can just show you a picture of it. Will be a lot easier. There you go. Helldrake. Took fucking ages. And, well worth it. I bloody love that model. Ugh. Oh. Was a pain, but, yeah. In my opinion, way worth it. Oh. Big fan of that. But anyway, sorry, was kind of going a bit much in that. So quite proud of my Thousand Suns, especially the Helldrake. Big note for me to paint, but love to see them. So same. At first, I was okay. So I understood the downsides of a Helldrake. It's 90% trim. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to paint, and it's going to take a while. So I was like, Helldrakes are cool. They're not very good on the tabletop. And that's that. Sorted. Easy peasy, right? Wrong. Space Marine 2 came out. Space Marine 2 has a Heldrake. That Heldrake looks amazing. And I was like, oh shit, I want one now. So, thanks to Space Marine 2, I felt compelled to get one and paint it. And I got very sad when I started painting it and got some of the stuff done, because the blue went on, and then the trim went on, and I just kind of went, oh, damn it. It looks really good. And that was a problem, because it meant I then had to finish it. Right. But yeah, well worth painting. Oh, I can't wait to use it on the tabletop and for it to die within 2 seconds. I'm having a game of 40k with a friend of mine. Not this weekend, next weekend. And the Heldrake will make an appearance on the tabletop. That you could be sure of. Also, when I was at, someone brought a plane. It did nothing but was great to see. So, in terms of point cost, so, okay, the rules in 10th are a bit crap for planes, just in general. They're not the best. Like, prime example, they can't start on the table. Like, what the hell's that about? You can put it in hover mode, and it used to be able to swap between hover mode and flight mode. But now you have to declare it at the beginning, and then you can't change it. Which, in my opinion, is really dumb. But it's not very good on the tabletop, because it's just a bit like, eh. And it's 10% of your army, which is way too much. Like, it's 200 points. That's just far too much for a Heldrake. However, that's not why I bought it. That's not why I have it. The reason I have it is because it's a giant fire-breathing robot dragon. And that's cool. None of this meta nonsense. No. It's cool. That's all I'm here for. I'm just here for the rule of cool. The rule of cool is the best. It's like, I remember back in 8th edition, I played Death Guard a bit, and I'd bring the Marines in groups of 7, because that's Nurgle's number. And that's cool. But you can't do that now, because it's like, you have to bring it in blocks of 5. Which is a bit of a shame, but I totally get it why they've done that. I don't think we should only have minis because they're good, or I'll never take any of my orc buggies out if I don't get to say boom dash snaz wagon, then what's the point? Exactly! Who doesn't like a giant fire-breathing robot dragon? I also have Mortarion, to be fair. This bad boy. And I painted him up as well. And, he's very cool. So yeah. Girlfriend thought I made that name up. I was showing her the data card. So there's the Boomdecker Snazwagon. There's also the Shock Jump Dragster. Damn it. Fucking did this again. Anyway. There's the Shock Jump Dragster. What other orc vehicles are there that are like dumb names but they're fantastic? Because they got some really good names. Oh yeah, the new one, Wazdaka Gutsmech. Because they came up with a bunch of vehicles that were really cool. So the Shock Jump Dragster, Megatrack Scrapjet, Boomdecker Snazwagon. You've then got like the Wazbomb Blaster Jet. You've got Rocket Truck Squeaker Buggy. Like there's some great names in the orc list. Right. So this is the leader of the kill team. You can tell because he's got a bonky stick. And I basically got three rangers left to go. That's these three. And then I've got 2 more vanguards left to go. Nope. I lied. 3 more. And then that's done. So yeah, these guys, the vanguards, are more based on getting up closer. Rangers are all about, well, range. Hence why the really, really long rifle, which comes on this base. Oh. This kill team's coming along really nicely, and I'm very happy with it. Although I have missed a little bit of a mold line. God damn it. I don't play orcs, but I like to try and scratch their vehicles for fun. Haven't finished anything, but started a dozen projects for Grot Tank to a Stomper. That's pretty good. My favourite kit bash of an orc vehicle that I've done, I haven't finished it, but the idea's there. It's the Shock Jump Dragster, I think it is that one? Hold on. Yeah, so the Shock Jump Dragster's the one that, like, at the very least, the way it used to work is if you advanced it and then rolled a 6 to advance, it would instead just disappear from the table and then deep strike. So I did it with a model DeLorean. Ah, there we go. It's if you advance, I don't think you roll a 1, then you can deep strike. That sounds epic, I know, right? Orcs used to have a lot of, like, really fun rules. They did kind of phase them out, and just get rid of them in some cases. Like, the Stomper used to have an ability where if you like once you finish shooting with the Stomper, you can just say screw it and shoot again. But you have to roll a d6, and on I think it was something like a 1 or a 2. If you rolled a 1 or a 2, the guns jam, and you can no longer fire those weapons for that game. Like the guns just stop. I had a game against one, and yeah, he used that ability turn 1, and it immediately procced. So it's just immediate first turn, shot 1 barrage, no more. I got a friend a third-party Orc Batmobile for fun. He was a big Batman fan growing up. Oh, that's really good. Hell yeah. I remember somebody saying, like, like, when you get to a tournament or something, or like an event or something like that, you will never see an unhappy Orc player. Orc players are always having a blast, and it is true. I remember, like, the second tournament I ever went to, I played Orcs, and, some dumb shenaniganery happened, and I was just sat there cackling. The guy that I was up against was just, like, a bit bewildered, like, what the hell is going on? And I was just like, this has gone so poorly, like, to the point of absurdity, so I might as well just lead into it. But yeah, I remember that. That was a good day. I think it was something like, I had a battle wagon. No, a truck. I barreled it into the enemy side. My war boss and a bunch of boys. The truck exploded next turn and killed the war boss in the explosion. And it was just like, oh no. I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. It's okay. Oh man. Again, the level of absurd of just like, you know what? Screw it. We're this deep. Might as well keep going. Yeah. I'm not really in it for the win. I'm in it for just throwing some dice, moving some models, all that good stuff. And it's a nice little social thing as well. 11th edition's coming out soon as well. Which, to be honest, it's one of those things where they're coming out with editions so fast and not letting the previous edition settle. It's very annoying. But that's alright. You know, there's always the option of just saying, screw it, I'm sticking with X edition. One of his projects is a truck from in the form of a taco truck. I thought that would work thematically. That is perfect. Just like the side door opens up, and instead of sandwiches, it's pain. Oh my god, random thought. Have you heard of a game system called Turnip 28? Too many rulebooks which I switched to one-page rule, but that's me. That's fair. Fred trying to convince me to play 7th Ed. My brain can barely comprehend 10th. So, from what I understand, 7th Ed was quite involved. They have very much, like, stripped down a lot of the rules and made them a lot simpler. One of my favourite changes is they basically consolidated a bunch of rules. So, there were so many different rules, like 50 plus. I can't remember the exact number, but there were a shitload of rules where basically, if you take damage, roll the dice, on a 6, you don't take that damage. And there were like 50 different rules that had different names, but the exact same thing. It was that exact same thing, so they changed it to feel no pain. Like, that's a good change, because, you know, it removes a lot of that, huh? So, nope, it's just a feel no pain, easy peasy. Everyone knows what that is now. They did have fun names for them, but... changing it to just feel no pain or something is very good, in my opinion. But yeah, Turnip is basically a system where it's a very, very, very simple system. Everyone gets access to the same, like, unit pool, I suppose, or the same units. And then most armies get 1, very occasionally 2 special units they can take. But it's like a really, it's a really fluid system for it. So, if you say, screw it, this is supposed to be a 12-man unit of dudes, but I want to bring a big model instead, you can just do that. And I've made a little turnip army. Got my cannoneers. They're in the cupboard, so I'd have to get up and wander off to actually go show you, but actually, no, I should be able to find the pictures rather easily, but yeah, it's just one of those systems that's like really simple and really easy to get into, and gives a nice bit of creativity. So you can, like, there is a pretty good guide out there that's like, if you're getting into Turnip 28, check this out, do this sort of thing, you'll have a great army by the end of it. But it is very much encouraged to just say, screw it, I want to do X for my army. And then, as long as it's fine, then yeah. Like, as long as your opponent agrees with it. You know, if you've got like a unit of 12 that's just compressed down to one really small dude, that might be a bit of an issue. But at the same time, very funny. So maybe even that would be allowed. Yeah, I've got my cannon boys. It's on a local club. He's stack sculpting some stuff. I should speak to him about the game, but I'm usually busy with other games. Yeah. As long as your opponents are okay with it, that's the golden rule. That is indeed the golden rule. Let's see if I can find my turnip boys. There they are. There's my turnip boys. So they're like, their unit thing is supposed to be, they follow around ships. When they get into fights, they then wait for those to sink and for everything to clear. Then they go in and they steal equipment. So that's why they've got all the cannons and stuff. But that's my little turnip army. So you got like an artillery piece over here. This is the bigger cannon, so this is actual artillery. You've got the fodder who's here. There's these 6. And then you've got the brutes here who are the slightly more like improved version of these guys, and then my leader. I do need one more guy. Yeah, I do need one more guy for like what's it called? Oh yeah, for a leader. But apart from that, yeah, it's sorted, which is very nice. I'm one of the more painting focused people, so every year I run a show of your minis each December and has brought them. It was awesome. Oh hell yeah! Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? If you'd rather not say, just say. It's absolutely fine. Was this getting creative like that? I'm just here to make some lunch. No worries, Lemon. Welcome in. We doing some more hammer painting today? How have you been? How's your DVD session? Mask said it was a little rough at times. Did it improve? Give me just a second. There we go. Right. Hey, Kaisi! I see a little Skitari. This is indeed a Skitari. It's a little Mechanica skill team. Oh yeah, that was crap. I'm sure you weren't crap, Lemon. I'm Scotland-based. We are in Kinross tabletop. I will shout out the club out. Fair enough. Shout out way. I am unfortunately on the other end of the country, so... Damn. But, last game I completely got stuck setting a trap, so I left and at least could have had a bot, but even that sucks. Yeah, that's annoying. Night Nurse. Scotland is a very pretty place. But yeah, how are you doing, Kaisi? So just sorting a couple of bits and bobs out. Oh, while I'm thinking about it then, actually. Where's my mouse gone? There it is.
Oh, good idea. I got better.
I'm okay, kind of ill again, though. Oh, no.
Alright.
That's why he's motionless.
That's a good idea. I got that.
Hey, dude. Hey, dude.
What are you wearing, guys? We want details. We know you're rich, so I'm guessing there's some shoulder pad action. Maybe.
I'm not usually a troll in games, but I just thought that was funny.
I'm thinking for the leader I might do like a red hood with the pink robes. That could look really cool. And he's in a long, warm Batman jumper. Oh, hell yeah.
Then we switch these two.
How are you painting that tiny? A lot of patience. A hell of a lot of patience. And practice.
And it's done.
Oh, what's the fucking paintbrush? Goddamn.
Right, I'm doing that right now.
Do you see how quick that was to be done?
Yeah, that was really quick. Can you clip it?
Oh, God.
The controls to extend the bridge should be in this structure.
Watch out, Chief! Race on the far side!
There we go.
We got trouble!
Does you mean like an Udi type thing? Ooh. Goes all the way down to my knees. Oh, those are the best. Just the full shaboozy.
What is with my aiming today?
Yeah. What have you been up to, Kaisi? Actually, funny enough, Kaisi, have you been painting anything as of late? Can't feel you boiling though, must be sweating your tits off. Hell yeah. Yeah, Kaisi has some of these. I don't know whether he's been painting as of more recently, but... important question though, generally to the chat. This is going to confuse those who don't paint, but... are you a paint eater? Actually, I'm seeing people's hobbies. Oh. Can't find the motivation to cook. Oh. That's annoying. Just lazy and get pizza. Hell yeah. Or Macca's. I wish I could. It's only 10 degrees here, so not really, and I've done a little bit doing some demons. Oh, what demons? Love me a good demon. Paint figures, or do you mean like canvas? No, figures. Same hobby as this, Lemon. I do have a habit of shaving a brush with my lips after cleaning. That's what a paint eater is. So, for those of you who don't know, a paint eater is basically where you use your mouth to make the tip on the brush better again. I am proudly part of that community. I have had it at least once where I've licked the brush to get the point back on when I've just put a bunch of paint on it, and man, was that disgusting. Fig's been doing some flames and now corn demon prints. Oh! Any hobby is cool. There are some, like, cool things you can do. Like, these miniatures and stuff are just... I find it super satisfying and very nice. Don't have the patience and all that accuracy to paint miniatures. Yeah, it does take a lot. I do not blame you. To put it in like a really basic way, it's like a 3D colouring book. God damn it. What have you done? And why have you done this? Ah. Oh my god, it just keeps going. What the hell? Doing something chilled in the background is even funnier, goddammit. A symphony of moan farts. Yeah, they are good for getting. Hobbies are good for being chilled and getting rid of anxiety. Apart from when you've got a Twitch chat like this, and then they're an experience. This smells really bad.
Rise up, your army! Take your rightful place upon the throne!
Okay. I feel like I'm waiting to see an Art the Clown pop up. Why do you feel like you're waiting to see Art the Clown pop up? The circus type music. Oh, I see. You know what, I should probably do the pink first, rather than continuing with this. Okay, it's only a tiny bottle of tomato sauce. Why a bottle of tomato sauce? He's white at the moment. White and silver. Alright, so I need some of that. And some of this. What do you mean those figures just put them up on shelves? Yeah, pretty much. Over there, I have a cabinet. Oh, the red thing you're holding. This. I see. So, yeah, for the most part, they just sit in a cabinet and sort of, you know, on display, that sort of stuff. I do get them out for games and things like that, but for the most part, they're in like on display and stuff. It's that's the videos wrecked of goddamn Gucci. Right, I'm just mixing a little bit of Mephiston Red with Screamer Pink just to bring the pink down. Now I just need to get all the pink on, rather. Paint your own butt plug. Jesus Christ. It sounds a lot. Suddenly you could super glue loads of them onto a mop pan and absolutely pummel him with it. Jesus Christ. Oh God. You two are terrible. Apart you're terrible. Together you're worse. This should not be allowed. Oh. I need to do the underside at some point. What do you think Matt's doing like right now? Paint them, put on the table, and then polite people tell me to take them off the table when beating them mercilessly in the game. Yeah, pretty much. From the same room, one of us would just die. Yeah, I know, right? There we go. Painful goes to now. I want to join. Yeah, I managed to get Gucci into painting figures a little bit. Sorry for the silence for a moment. I'm just focusing kind of hard. There we go. Painting Matt's hammer, if you know what I mean. God damn it. Oh no, you told us 30 times. You guys are terrible. I'm just putting that out there. Oh, before I forget, let's grab the white again. Make it 31 times. Oh, come on. There we go. Thank you for the insight. So the owl looks like a penis. How fucking dare you say such a thing? Also, thank you for the lurk, Sophia. I hope the cooking goes well. Wait. Oh, it's there. There we go. There we go. Like, I see what you mean, and now I can't unsee that. But so this little guy, he is made by the same guy that did or the same person that did the emotes. So hell yeah. I got very lucky in that sense. Oh, he's adorable. I don't use them for painting because that's where the camera is. Zone out for a second there. So. I'm just giving him a second to dry. The white bit to dry on the inside. And then I'll go in and sort that out. Alright. Right. Oh, just doing the bottom bit. Bum, 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 bum. I love this song. Sun is shining in the sky. There ain't a cloud in sight. It stopped raining. So, when I'm streaming, I basically have a I basically am listening to my own voice. And the way that it used to work on OBS is it would be on a massive delay. And I like the idea of having it so I can like make sure my voice is okay and all that good stuff. But because there was a massive delay, it would like completely fuck up my speech. But they have fixed it in more recent updates. So, well, there's still a delay, and it's not quite as bad. But for some reason singing there, the delay was really bad. And it was throwing me way the hell off. I'm not saying I'm a good singer. Quite the opposite. There we go. Oh, I've popped his arm off. To be fair, that arm was a little bit loose. He's armless. He wouldn't hurt a fly. There we go. Right. Let's leave that there for a second. So that he can dry. Let's get this guy at least underway. Whilst that dries. So this guy's going to be a bit of a pain. Do you have a plan for these guys? So, the plan for them is a little kilting. And then that's pretty much it, really. It's just like, I like Mechanicus. Kill Team just gives me that option to, like, have a little force that I could use. And yeah, this is my little force. I meant the base. Oh, I see. Oh, basing plans. The base is already done. I did those a little while ago. I just did them all in one go, pretty much. And I'm very happy with the way the base looks. So it's literally just a case of taking these guys, glue them onto the base, go from there. I'll show off the base in a sec, just once I've done this guy a little bit. Like it done his pale a bit. But yeah. I am really happy with the way these guys look. And that black is rather fantastic. The sort of shiny black. It's exactly what I wanted. And worked really well, because the turnip army I have, their cannons are done with that black as well. And doing that black over a silver, like quite a light version of that black, like a light covering, makes it look really nice for cannons. Funnily enough. So, win-win. All right. Give me just a second and I'll show you the base. So I've started the base with a Grelin Earth, which is the sort of brownish, cracky base. Laxar. And then there's a bit of a dry brush of Balor Brown that's been darkened down a little bit. Then Balor Brown on its own. Then Balor Brown, then just some white, just to give it that little snowy look. So these are the bases I'm going with, which is very nice. I'm really happy with the way these came out. Got that slight chilled look to them, you know? So yeah, quite happy with that. Oh. Alright, bring this guy back and start painting him again. Now that his... yeah. Now that his arm is glued on properly. Nice, thank you! I'm not gonna lie, the snowy part was a bit of an accident. I basically just did too much white, too heavy. And then when I'd finished it, I was like, you know what, actually, that's really nice. So yeah. But I basically did the Grelin Earth first, let it crack and do all stuff, and when it had fully dried, a layer of technical hard coat over the top. Because this sort of cracky base has a really bad habit of, like, all of these bits just flaking off. And then you're left with just a bunch of chunks missing, basically, out of your base. And it looks like crap. So instead, technical art go, and then do the dry brushing over that. Boom. Just doing the cloth bits, but some of it's a bit of a careful going one. So I want to be as careful as possible. It's not always possible, but minimize the readjustments I have to make later. That's the goal. There we go. Righty-ho. Now, that's that one done. So now for the silver, which is there. So over there I have a paint rack, basically, that just has all my stuff on it. And that has proven very useful. Especially because I've got everything nicely sorted. And very neatly sorted at that. Right, give me just a sec. Hello, Lemon. Right, nearly there on the touch-ups. This is just lots of very careful painting. As you can probably understand, a lot of concentration's needed. Just so I don't get into the wrong bits. There we go. Have you been to Comic Con, Matt? I have, twice. It is very good. I do want to go back again at some point. I want to go to a horror one. I wouldn't, I don't think. I'm not a very horror guy. Did you dress up? I did. I went as Fat Thor. I've got the hair and the beard already, so it just kind of made sense, you know? Actually, I'm going to treat this like a wash. It has just mixed with the silver, but you know what? This could work. Right, hold on. So what I've done is I basically watered down the paint so that it falls into the cracks. I've then very liberally applied it to the area that I wanted it, in the recesses. And now I'm just going on with a dry brush, just to like soak up the most of the remaining stuff so it's not like pulled to high hell. And to remove the excess. And there we go. I'm kind of a fan of actually how that looks as is. Fuck yeah. Right, now we need to go in with some black on the leggings. On the legs bit, like the upper legs. And then some of the black wash on, or the black shade on various bits. All right. Are you copying the looks from specific costume or just whatever you fancy doing? In terms of this, it's kind of based on the original stuff, just with different colouring. But in terms of like, especially like the brass bits and things like that, I'm just doing it based on vibes. So if I look at a bit and go, oh, that needs to be red, or I look at it and go, oh, that needs to be black, then that's kind of just how I'm doing it. And it's mainly just trusting my gut. It's good to have like a basic idea of what you want, so like an inspiration. just to give you like something to go along with, and to give it like a little bit of gold. But in general, in my opinion, it's better to just do whatever you want to do with it. Just because then you get to like relax into it, you know, and just sort of figure stuff out, rather than feeling like, oh, you know, like you paint a bit and go, oh, that's not exactly how they painted it in the picture, and then you sort of get in your own head about it, which is what I did. Yay! It is, in my opinion, better to just, yeah. So I'd be giving him a golden trim around the red coat. Then you go for it. Do you mean like this sort of thing? In fairness, the gold bits on that cloak, they are slightly raised, so you can relatively easily just go over that. But that's the idea. I've got to do a boss wanker, goddammit. For context, I did go on the bus yesterday. Absolutely love the In-Betweeners. I like to do some part following the lore and other bits on vibes. I'm currently painting Fugan for display, so he's definitely orange, but I'll give him a black undersuit. You know what? Fair enough. Yes, like for example, my Mortarion. For the most part, I was following the way he looks. On the like box art and that sort of stuff. But I know I'm not as good as the people who paint the box art. So, and I don't have all the paints. So it was basically just a case of substitute what I had available. And also, I kind of liked it in certain ways. So I was like, it would look dope as hell if it looked like this rather than this. But needs a jar fills up with man juice. Fucking hell. Give me a second, just putting my paint back. What have you done, Lemon? I'm just doing the purity seals. Can we buy some matte juice? No. Just so much no. With channel point rewards, do you enjoy your symphony of soggy wet farts? I did that mid-call at work. You know what? I respect you for it. Is there a glitch involved in any of these painting shenanigans? A nice snazzy pink glittery cowboy hat and matching whip, for example. I mean, ruthlessly sexy and sassy. Glitter is always an option. A little too much good. Oh my god, Doodles is going lizard. I do have this channel labeled as 18 plus. You're still a menace, though. Where's the 18 plus content? There. All of this. You say menace, I say future mod. Do you want to be a mod? Hardly 18 plus asking to buy Matt's juice. That is very 18 plus, I'll have you know. Alright, just getting the shoulder pads. The only way I had to do was the only thing we had to do was to smooch to become mod. Isn't that how Lion became one? I mean, I'm not gonna say no. Just looking at what bits should be black, and I feel like just something with this gun needs to happen. There's just something about it. Okay, I see it. I see the vision. I just don't know how Lime became mod and how I'll become a mod. Right, transfer time. Right. Tweezers. Okay, see the owls are peen, thanks a bunch, I know, right? That was Kaisi. You can take all of your complaints to him. Alright. You right there, Lemon? What's wrong? Come on. Just... Come on. This transfer does not want to move. Oh, there we go. Hold on. We have some movement. There you go. It's now on the tip of the brush there. Lemon, are you by any chance doing that crying about the about the owlbear thing? Read what look at like 4 messages above where Gucci said, and now all I can see. Just read that. Right. He's quite mean looking, yeah, I know, right? See? But I like him. He's a little adorable little owl. Right. Let's just have a bit of a tidy up and then do the wash. Start with the Actrax Earthshade, because that's the first one that I got off the that's the first one I got off the rack. I've just seen something. His foot is very pink. And I'm going to need to deal with that before I move on. And I need to do his eyes. I have forgotten 2 things. Or missed 2 things, at least. Ah! Oh, that was not meant to come off. Alright. Grab the silver, do the foot, back to the wash. There we go. All right. Just going to do a third coat of wash on the chest. There we go, that's a bit better. Just trying to be a bit careful with the shade at the top here, because I feel like the sort of reddish wash that's gone in up the top here looks really good and doesn't really need another wash of brown on the actual bit. Nearly tipped over my pot there. So I'm just being a little bit careful with that up there to keep it intact, because I really like the way it looks. Maybe it's time for a rebrand. Peen with wings, I see. Now that would be funny. General Artistic to create a logo. I mean, if you would like to, go ahead. And I will pay you once I see the goods. Make him a filthy one, god damn it. There we go. I can't draw. I'm also not an artist. That's fine. I'll draw a lobster with a fat wang for your next log. Thank you. Where's... Where's that wash gone? Did I never put it back up? I swear I did. Oh, no, it's there. I like the sound of that idea, god damn it. There we go. That's this guy done. Just need to give him a sec to dry off. Canva is free and you can make some cool stuff on there. Cocky crab inbound. What's Canva? Oh, very nice. Righty ho. So, base. We just need to glue him onto there. Hold on. You can make banners and logos and stuff yourself. Like, there's loads of templates and really cool stuff you can pay extra for. You need to make simple stuff. You can make some simple stuff without it. I might have to give that a look then. Huh. There we go. Very nice. Let me channel point reward to glue your matte turtleneck. No. Just no. Right, so far we have three regular grunts. So we've got three regular grunts. We got to go with the Tesla rifle and then the leader. Those are the guys I've done so far. So that's 5. That's literally halfway through. Very nice. Yeah, just 3 more of them. And then 2 special guys. Simple as. Very nice. I'm quite happy with these guys. Yeah, quite happy with the way they look and everything. And the way they've come out. Hell yeah. I love the wooden rifle look. It's very appeasing to me. Alright, anyway. Very quick. I'm impressed at how quick you did those. Thank you. There we go. Now I can see you glue those turtleneck closed. No. Just absolutely not. Alright. So, I think I'm going to end that there. That's this guy done, and I think it was this guy done today, which is rather nice. That's a good little bit of progress. It's not bad at all. 4 hours for those 3 is quite nice. Quite like how this guy came out. The stripes on the back of the legs, for some reason, make me very happy. And then these 2 are just fantastic the way they are. Bloody love them. My little Mechanica skill team. But anyway, We are going to raid over to someone. Let's do dudes. Mechanica Smooch team indeed. So, we're going to raid over to the absolutely fantastic Doodles, who is currently a lizard. Don't question it. He is currently playing a game called Hunt Showdown. I'm a big fan of that game, actually. It's an extraction shooter, effectively, but it's like, think, set in, cowboy-era America. But with, like, weird zombie plague stuff going on. It's very cool. Very cool indeed. But anyway, I hope to see you over there. If you can stick around for the raid, please do. If not, that's absolutely fine. I won't be sticking around for too long. I need to go sort myself out. But thank you all very much for watching and being here and being the lovely people that you are. I hope to see you all later. Bye!